Alright, get that out of the way. We'll have one of those later, but yeah, let's drink some water. Might be time for a fresh glass here in a bit. Okay, cool. So we are live on YouTube. Let me recap what the plans are for today. We made some really good progress on the deploy. These migrations are the thing that's actually giving us the most grief. We figured out the SSH issue yesterday. But yeah, we can't run repository methods inside of the migrations because that doesn't get initialized. So we had to do just pure ecto SQL commands. But it seems that I've got a flaw in the ID column. I need to generate those IDs by hand, right? Because we're no longer using the repo, so it's not doing that part for us. So easy enough. Not the end of the world. Just got to make that part happen. We should verify it locally before we even bother pushing it up again. But yeah, I think we got a good plan on what we need to do. So let's get to it. Okay. Sorry, got distracted by a thing. Let me get my phone out of my pocket. And how's everyone doing today? What are y'all up to? Ooh, hold on. Let me check on what the weather's gonna be like tomorrow. It's very nice today. Tomorrow it is expected to be sunny. Okay, it's good news. Let me reach out to someone real quick. Okay. So, yeah, this is the part we left off on yesterday. We were able to make this insert billing tier thing happen. The ID value cannot be null, though. And this is not that. It's what? Type ID? But let me go look at the type ID docs. Ooh, which one are we using? This is the one. Yep. Where are the actual docs for this? I guess we can find it here. There we go. All right, so generates a new type ID with the given prefix. Okay, so we want to do .new. And we're calling it billing tier, right? Which means it's BT as the prefix. Yeah. Okay, so if we do that, we need to get to a point where we can test it locally, which means I got to close pgadmin. And who all's out there? Man, pretty rare for a Saturday for not a single hello. Is everyone over in Raimu's channel still? All right, so we still fail out locally there. All right, so it expects a binary of 16 bytes. Right? Instead, they're getting the type ID itself. So we want to convert it to a string, and we would do that. I think we actually want to turn it into bytes. Late stream tonight? I started, I don't know, like a half hour later than normal. And it's not to UUID, it's just UUID. I think we want to do it as the binary. And there we go. Inserts just fine. Cool. All right, so we'll call that good. What's up, Ethan? How you doing? Woo, excuse me. All right. So yeah, just chilling. Like, anything fun planned? All right, so we got that pushed up. We should be seeing some build process stuff happening. Testing failed immediately, though. Why is the testing failing? Oh, yeah, because our tests do fail. Yep, and that's fine. I'm curious what tests we even have. But I don't think that's actually any tests running. It's just the compilation. So yeah, we're just not passing environment variables during our testing process. All right, so build and deploy. We get to the extract and restart, and then the service fails. So if we go back to here, now this might have timed out. So let me just do a refresh, and there we go. Migrations ran successfully. All right. Failed to restart Messijo service. Access denied. And Kamel, sorry, if you do exclamation point song, you can get a link. And hey, what's up, Todd? Sorry, I was deep in trying to figure out what's going wrong with our build here. And then Nightbot drowned out a bunch of messages. But yeah, I might go out to a bar tonight. Nice. So yeah, Kamel. There you go. I'll do it for you. How about that? In the future, do that command yourself. So it looks like that didn't run right. But why? Yeah, Messijo release tasks migrate. Oh. Okay. So we do still need pseudo. Where's that journal command? I'll just copy and paste it. Oh, yeah. Insufficient permissions for that. All right, so now... dude, I really need Zish. All right. So yes, I don't want to do this. I want to nano SSHD config D. Okay, yeah. Damn, it's way after that though. Hey, what's up, Defias? How's it going, Kogura? Here we go. Ah, shit. And yeah, what were you up to? Doing some grub time? Yeah, no worries. What food though? Gonna make some breaded fried chicken tacos. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I'm gonna guess soft shell. You do corn or flour? I feel like flour would be better with the chicken, but maybe not. Like with fried chicken. God, you're making me want to make some tacos. Soft shell flour, nice. Hell yeah, yeah, that sounds good. Hunger is contagious. This is a foodie stream in disguise, for sure. One second, let me double check something. Yeah, I'm a collector of tabs. Yep. My collection is quite nice. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing that we're working on, and sorry, I'm distracted. I'm trying to plan some golf for tomorrow. We are dealing with some deployment issues. And one of those deployment issues. Yes, this is what I wanted to copy. Is permissions related. So we need to edit our sudoers file. And make sure it can run all of this junk. And now I need to restart SSHD. Probably need to do that too. There we go. And then this is where I got to do sudo. Or sudo. How do you guys pronounce it? Sudo or sudo? Oh, failed to add dependency. You say sudo as well? Yeah. Even though I think technically, like, it stands for super user do something, right? But yeah, I still say sudo. Okay, so technically, let's see. It's in the service that we got to edit this. And yeah, this part just doesn't work. Shudo. Ooh, there you go. You call it become root. Might as well just call it Groot. Maybe that's where it comes from. Becoming root. Becoming Groot. I'm kidding. Definitely doesn't. Whatever. Writing a pseudo replacement called Groot. There you go. Okay, so failed to start API service, but we don't get those other dependency-related problems. Failed to start Messijo service. All right, so if we do this, we're trying to start Messijo, but what if we just do it by hand? Right? Like this works. Migration's already up. That actually looks pretty damn good. Okay. So now the plot thickens. The systemd service doesn't like it. All right, so I don't think we're actually fully there, right? Configuration server was not enabled for endpoint. We are connected to the database, though, so that's good. Yeah, I see two problems here. Number one, scheduler not started, invalid task function. Number two, server was not enabled for Messijo web.endpoint. And yeah, damn it. Defias, thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate that. Hey, what's up, Brainless? So yeah, we got past one of the issues, but now we got this other one. And this one we should probably be testing locally. Let's at least look at the function it's complaining about. So it's saying the scheduler is no good now. And hey, what's up, Kinslayer? Setting me on the second monitor? Yeah, no worries. And yeah, configuration server was not enabled for endpoint. So we see this in dev. I don't see anything there. But then here in runtime, oh, interesting. Okay, well, I can just set that in my env vars. Just get started. Stop looking for some secret. There is no secret. The secret is putting in the work, which isn't a secret. So, yeah, you just got to put in the work. Start doing it. There are no shortcuts. Shortcuts just become the way. Actually, there are some Bobs in here from time to time. The Bob that I know is not in here at the moment, though. And the best part is that's actually their name. The Bob that I know. Holy shit. Now, whenever Bob's in here next, I have a question for him. Is their name a reference to that song in like the first season of Kids in the Hall? I don't think it's Bob that they say in the song. Like, these are the blanks I know. Hell yeah, Lithium. Nice. Yeah, I made one for Get Kraken. It's like a convince your boss to buy Get Kraken bot. Still a lot of work to do, but I just did like the basic boilerplate. And if it's worth actually polishing, I can put some work into it. But yeah, pretty fun. All right. Cool. See, that's not actually correct, though. But we're at least running, and now it's still complaining about an invalid task function. And we do need the scheduler working. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm curious, like, is it a full-on, like, it's its own chat app? Like you maintain the context and you print out the history and all that? Or are you just like an MCP that proxies the tool calls, right? So here we're doing mix release and mix instead of mix Phoenix gen release. I'm curious about that now. And what's up, Faux Urtif? How you doing? See, that's odd. It didn't create the actual migrate script. Oh, I see now. Oh, so now I would just run that. Right, so that still needs to run to generate things, but then it creates the migrate. And it created a release file for me. Oh, that's even better. So I don't need to do my own release BS. That's way better. Okay. Yeah, dude, Phoenix solved that problem for me. Sweet. So then what else got generated? We see server here. And server does that part. Okay. Now, I like this. All right, so that's actually what we need to do. And what all did the other thing do for us? So we look at this list. It generated some overlays, and these get added into the bin. Okay. So I don't need to do that again. It's done now. We still want to commit it. Yes, then we would just do bin server. All right, so let me edit this. All right, so we'll push that up. It'll at least copy things over. I don't think we'll get started in the way that we thought. Let me double check some of this. We still do the sudo stop and start. We extract all that, sure. Hey, Spheriphoria, how you doing? What were you up to on your stream? You were training neural networks from scratch. Ooh. Was this more Zig stuff, or did you just jump into Python because all the libraries are easier? No libraries allowed, like fully from scratch. Okay, so still Zigland. Nice. No, that's cool. That means that you could theoretically create some of the best like native libraries for Zig, or you could at least like have some insights, and maybe someone from your chat will. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, no libraries allowed. I know those are words. I don't know what they mean together, because I'm just not that kind of developer. We do know another dev who is really into, reinventing wheels, and, sometimes we need people to do that. So if you don't know about Raimu, right, spelled like this, he's a longtime friend of the stream, mod, etc. I don't know if you know him, because he had to take a while off of streaming. But now he's back streaming again, so just wanted to let you know about another great streamer. They do a lot of Rust, so not as much Zig, but they could probably be convinced. Yeah, for sure. I like to spread the love around to people that I think are cool. Yeah, exactly. Yep. But they are very much into like building stuff from scratch. Like before they took a hiatus, they were building like their own raft implementation, which is super cool and way above my head. But if they make a library, I'll consume it. That's the kind of dev I am. For everyone joining from the raid, the thing that I'm working on is we are trying to deploy out the application in my project name, or project command. We're trying to get up to production so that we can actually start making some money. Or at least like proving out the MVP. I mean, people pay for C++ for sure. Like Google does a lot of C++. If you're really good with C++, there is a job for you at Google right now. Let me get more music going. Maybe, but Google pays better too. And there's, yeah, I mean, Java is the other majorly considered language at Google. But there are certain things that they just wouldn't build with Java. Bazel is a Java application, but Spanner and a bunch of their other like internal stuff, I believe even Borg is probably all C++. Borg could be Java. And I think Kubernetes, is that Java? Okay, no. So Kubernetes is Go, but I bet Borg internally is still Java. Oh, Borg is C++? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Because, like, yeah, the public one being Go, it seems like Java would be a good fit because they're both garbage collected. I find it interesting that they would rewrite a C++ thing into Go for the public. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. I do think it's weird that Bazel is Java, though. But I guess because it's a build script, you don't care about absolute runtime performance. And yeah, YouTube, lots of C++. Okay, that makes sense. Let me pour some more water. Yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? We are getting close. There's just this like scheduler function that seems like an issue. I mean, technically our automated deploy is still failing, which is annoying. The tests are always going to fail. But yeah, we still fail at this step. So yeah, our Messijo service job in system D is not starting right, and we got to look into why. So yeah, the start job for Messijo fails, which I just find so interesting because we can actually run it and it doesn't look like it like fully fails. Like, yeah, this looks right. Besides one broken thing at the beginning. But we need the schedulers running, like all of those tasks. So, Gbone, you're multitasking, you're debugging some C++, SDL2, all sorts of stuff. Nice. Yeah, I've never written any C++. At one point, I did try and bring like Boost, like the Boost library, into Objective-C, which is doable. But I failed miserably at that. And it wasn't even worth it for what I was trying to do. So I ended up gutting it. I have wrapped libssh2 into Objective-C before, and that was fun. I probably had memory leaks. Yeah, back before I knew any better, I was trying to build a like code editor that you could run on your phone because I wanted to be able to like cowboy code my personal projects from the golf course. And then I realized that's a terrible fucking idea. Like, why would I do that? Ugh. Ugh. Why would I do that? I don't want to do that on the golf course. I thought I did. I didn't. So that's fun. Not gonna lie, I would kind of like to be able to do some remote stuff when I'm just like out and about, killing some time at the bar. And there is a way to do that. Like you can do like remote like phone stuff with some of these like CLI tools, right? Like does OpenCode allow that? Or Claude Code or any of those? Is there some wrapper where you can interact with it from out and about? That'd be kind of cool. There you go. I was wondering what the politics command is supposed to do. I don't think I want to make that command. That sounds like an invitation for a bad time. So yeah, we are very close ish. But this right here, that part is confusing. Let's ask Cursor. Okay, hold on. It's going wild. All right, let's look at it from the top. We're getting a warning about an invalid task function. Let's examine the scheduler code to see what's causing the issue. They're going to check the jobs. They check the config. We found the issue in the config. There's a job scheduled for convert failed subscriptions after grace period, but this function doesn't exist. Oh. Yeah, because that one just, it doesn't exist. Well, that's easy. Oh, that's way easier. I probably could have figured that out if I looked a little closer. All right, so we'll get that pushed up. I still don't know if that's going to fix everything, but it'll get rid of that warning. Cool. Good job, cursor. It really doesn't want to close, though. What the fuck? Right? Like, that's just another way for these LLMs to avoid getting closed. Like, you can't close me if the button goes away. Hold on. What's the... Screen capture video Mac. It's 5. Wait, Skitch. Why did you try to do that? Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. That is not what I wanted. Get out of my face there, Skitch. What's up, We Leave Tonight? How you doing? So hold on. I think it goes to the desktop, right? All right, so hold on. Can I just do a quick edit? Is there a way to do that? Yeah, trim. Hey, thanks for the sub, We Leave Tonight. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're tweeting this. Uh, Cursor AI. Ah, I forgot to select the file. Damn it. So now I got to do it multiple times. Oh no, did I forget to save it? It's not cursor.gg. Nope. Do they not have a LinkedIn? Hey, what's up, Ramu? What's the company that makes Cursor? Anyone know? And yeah, Ramu, what were you up to? Oh, someone already did it. Any sphere. That's their name. Oh my god. Hold on. I have to do some multi-factor auth. Oh god. I don't even remember what this is. Uh oh god. Oh my god. Okay, so let's try this again. Oh, the mustache is pretty rare for me. I usually don't have one. All right, so hold on. For everyone who's unaware, we caught a thing where Cursor was like hiding the little like close button in the corner. It's hilarious. Oh, god damn it. And it didn't save these. All right. All right. Yeah, buffer definitely would benefit from a good competitor. And hey, what up, Ludifex? How you doing? All right, so we're going to create a new post. Very clever. Upload that. Then customize for each network. Very clever at Cursor AI. And they're not even a connection, so whatever. Yeah, no worries, Penguin. Have a good one. And then Blue Sky Cursor AI. Do they have one? Nope. Whatever. All right. Sure now. Good enough. All right. So, welcome everyone from the raid. Sorry, you just caught me in the middle of what I thought was a funny post. All right. So, the thing that we're actually doing right now. Let me close this. And yeah, now I'm lurking myself. Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, being able to tag people is a big one, I think. Yeah, if you can figure out how to make tagging better, that would be huge. Yeah, see? I'm a raider from Raimu. But yeah, no, I think there's definitely like room to make that process way better. Right? Like, because it wouldn't be the same tags on every platform either. So that's the tricky bit too. But yeah, I think there's definitely some room to eat some of their lunch. All right, so for everyone joining in the raid, we have a build process that is failing. So we're trying to deploy out the project that we're working on. And we get everything copied over and extracted, but then we cannot restart the service. So then when we get over to here, this is us inside the server. Let me just relog in just to be sure. All right, so then if we want to look at the error that's happening, right, we're just getting failed to start service, crash dump. Hold on. Environment variable database URL is missing. Okay. So it's not just about this user. I think... Okay, I think I get it. So we disconnect there, and we do an edit here. Yeah. Hold on. We need to reload it. Yeah, environment variable data URL missing. Let me get more music going. So one of the things I think is the issue is when we were looking at, right, mixed releases as a service, I think in here is where it gave us the initial like boilerplate here, and we're not setting environment variables properly. Ah, so we can just do environment file. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Now, hold on, let me double check that. Yeah, they do it in the service section, which should be fine there. But this is incorrect. Now, they recommended changing the permissions. Yes, that looks right there. And then very similarly, we want to do ch own. Invalid environment assignment, and they start leaking that stuff. So yeah, glad I didn't show the whole things. And sorry, Chris, 1 second. Okay, so the survey's up. It's not like finished yet. Yeah, so I'll wait for the results. But yeah, cool. Have you taken it yet? Ah, and I know the issue. Hold on.
Talk to the hand.
Yep. All right. So the issue is that I need to edit that file. I knew Nano better. I could just do like a find and replace of the export keyword. Because, yeah, in my env file, I have export and then variable equals whatever. And that just ain't right.
Talk to the hand.
All right, so now we get up to here. We don't see that failure. We do see main process exiting, though. Migration's already up. That part's fine. Ooh, okay. So the migrate is failing with an exit code. All right, and then, yeah, this is like an older thing. Yeah, so that one is ancient. If we go down all the way to the basement, IT crowd reference. All right, the most recent failure is probably the one that we truly care about. So, yeah, the migration is failing because we're getting an exit status of 203. Hmm. And there we go. All right. So what we want to do then is, are there some fixes we want to make elsewhere? We haven't done the arc loan stuff yet. All right. So yeah, we'll add that just so I don't forget about that. All right. And then will it blend? Testing is going to fail. But will it blend? Hold on 1 second. God. Sorry, I'm signing up for a golf session. Shit. Ugh. Okay, so yeah, looks like everything succeeded. So yeah, our service is running. Now we just need to connect it up. So we need to get the Nginx service running. And thank you for the likes, whoever's over on YouTube. Appreciate that. All right. So I'll wait a second there. Okay. What are we working on? What's up, Jay? So we're working on deploying out our API service here. And we just got it to succeed. So yeah, that's a pretty good feeling. So our next steps then. Yeah, now we need to modify this stuff. I know, yeah, green check on actions is awesome. Okay. I forget. It's like Etsy, Nginx. All right, so we listen here. Ooh, and we need to install certbot. Is certbot still the right way to do Let's Encrypt? Okay. Do y'all ever do the snap? I feel like there's a better way. Well, let's double check we don't have certbot installed already. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just snapd. All right, so then we go back. So wait, why do we want to do classic? What does classic do? Put it in classic mode and disable security confinement. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. Certbot needs to be able to do all that stuff. And yeah, what's everyone up to today? How you doing? I'd say it's about time to hop into a whiskey. It's a Saturday. Well, shit. You're outsourcing all your brain power to Claude 4, trying to create an editor layout utility that has the same feature set as VS Code's editor, split/tab layout, and resizing functionality. That sounds intense. Okay, so you don't even know what's in about half of those files anymore, but it's kind of working. Yeah, I just, you know, I think the vibe coding thing gets really tricky. You know, like once the context gets big enough, it'll start really messing things up. Let me get more music going though, because I think synthwave belongs in a museum. Junior. All right, so we did that. We linked it. So hold on. If I want to do a staging server, which is what this will be, and we'll do a production one separately. I do want to do a staging and a production one. How do you tend to do it, right? Is it staging.api.messijo.com or is it api.staging.messijo.com? Let's ask an LLM. Yeah, api.staging. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. Right, and then it would be app.staging.messijo.com. Yeah, okay. Ah, okay. So I need to do the DNS for it. Let me do this because I'm going to have to do some two-factor auth login junk. All right, I'm logged in.
This is medieval time!
Um, do we want proxy status turned on, and hold on, I'm spelling this wrong, so that would be a mistake. Do we want proxy status turned on for API addresses? I don't think we do. All right, we'll let it be. If it's an issue, it's an issue. Mm. Yeah, for API.staging, I think we're fine. For production, we'll want to do that, though. All right, so, yeah. For some of those other steps we did, at least want to add these to the setup script. Apt install snapd. Hey, what's up, Maya? How you doing? Ensure DNS is set up before running certbot. Okay, so yeah, what's everyone up to? Let's do the shoutouts. Someone already did the shoutouts. Awesome. My mods kill it. So doing some Rust. You're making a chat protocol and server. Oh, that sounds fun. And I'm doing well. Yeah, we're just chilling, just hanging out. In Rust we trust. Rust is fine. It's a good language. I'm sure Spheriphoria, if he's out there lurking, would want you to maybe check out Zig at some point too, which is fine. All right, so we do have API.staging linked up. Let's try and rerun certbot. So yeah, for everyone joining, we are working on deploying out the project that we've been working on to this VPS that we've got on server.pro. It's going to be our staging API. And yeah, we just want to get our staging environments set up and everything. Yeah, Rust is used. It's not like the main thing, though. So yeah, it's fine. I would say don't get too hung up on being a blind fanboy for languages. Recognize their use case, use them for what matters, and then use other things when it makes more sense. But okay, so let's double check our Nginx config. Yep, managed by certbot. Yep, if we get an HTTP, we go back to the HTTPS. That's fine. We understood what you meant. Okay, so this API does not serve files. I totally forget how to do the Nginx config for this. Yeah, this is kind of a bad thing there. Honestly, it was close. It was using 34567 instead of the 5544, which doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, honestly, this part looks good to me. Um, yeah, we'll leave max body size. The HTTP there doesn't seem right, though. But I think it's fine. Now hold on. Best CGI pass versus proxy pass. Yeah, take it easy there, data crawler. And then, okay, so Chris, before they improve the compiler speed, you won't be touching Rust on any personal projects unless absolutely necessary. After having gotten used to both JS and Go tooling, you can't survive more than a few seconds of hot reload build times. You can make Rust faster by segmenting things at the compiler, right? Like basically mono-repoing your code. So you'll have a core, and then you'll have modules that consume that core. When you rebuild one of the things consuming core, you don't have to rebuild the core itself. If you are pretty good about how you structure your applications and the modules in it, Rust can be okay. Like the Rust compile speeds can be totally fine. What do they call that? They have a name for it. No, they had like a name. I even talk about it in my Rust and U talk. I think. Rust, Wasm, and U. Interesting, they don't find it for me. All right, let me just go to my GitHub. And hold on. We might even just have it in cellular life. But do I not have cellular life there? I think you could use NX, but Rust has something built in for that. Let me see if I mention it. Yeah, optimizing at runtime, optimizing for build size, compilation time. Cargo workspaces is what they call it. Yeah, so you've got like adder and add1, all right? Add1 looks to be a dependency of adder, right? So you can still modify like the top level of adder without having to worry about the internals of add1. If you're building a web service, you'll typically want to do it the other way, where, like, I mean, add1 would actually be part of like your core. And so it's maybe not the other way. It's about the same. But yeah, like you'd have your core that exposes utility functions and things that are used on all of your routes. And that would still require rebuilding any route that uses it. So that could still take some time as you're building like the core part. But then once you're working on like an endpoint, you know, you're only recompiling that part because the core has already been compiled. So you can definitely like speed it up. Something to think about. And yeah, you know the best part about this talk? The puns. So yeah, it's Rust, Wasm, and you too. And I gave this talk at the Manning Rust conference. And I ended some of these slides or slide sections with some puns. So what is a U developer's favorite song? It's not unusual. What is a U developer's favorite musical instrument? A ukulele. Where do devs go to learn about you? A university. What does Batman use to climb a tree? His utility belt. You love it, Nightshade. Come on. And then, you know, like, yeah, Rust and Wasm and U is pretty cool, right? Does that mean I'm going to completely say goodbye to React and Angular for making front ends? Probably not, but I can think of at least one developer that's never going to give you up. Boom, roasted. Hopefully Nightshade stuck around just long enough to get bamboozled there. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I gave that talk, man. Must have been like 2021, maybe. No, it had to have been 2021. So that's a 4-year-old talk. But yeah, you probably shouldn't be using U anymore. I think there are more popular frameworks to use for the front end stuff. Leptos is another big one. So that presentation was built using Pandoc. Pandoc allows you to convert all sorts of junk to and from each other, depending, right? So you can actually turn Markdown into a Reveal.js slide presentation. So Reveal.js is the transition part there. But to convert into that HTML, I used Pandoc to convert from Markdown. And the scripts that I do that with are just right in my repos on GitHub. If you just, on my GitHub, type in presentation dash when looking for repositories, they all follow, or most of them follow that same pattern. These days, I use a different tool to do Markdown to like slides, and that tool is Slidev. It just allows like a little bit more customization. So yeah, at this point, I would recommend Slidev, but Pandoc is still magical. It's worth checking out. All right, so proxy pass is actually what I'm looking for. Yeah. You know, you could actually just watch the movie Flight of the Roller Boys and probably call it good too. Prayer of the Roller Boys, that's it. Anyone ever watch this movie back in the day? Some classic Corey Haim. In a dystopian near-future America, a young man infiltrates a powerful drug-dealing rollerblading youth gang that runs his town in order to end their reign for good. Oh, and this guy plays the bad guy? What else was he in? Manhattan Project. That's right. It's so 90s. Yeah, exactly. You guys had to have seen this. Someone had to have seen it. Like, look at it. It's fucking hilarious. They got their M16s as they rollerblade in unison down the fucking LA coast. Dabbing on it before dabbing was cool. It's a terrible film, but it's fun. It's a fun one. All right, so I should be using Proxy Pass. Ghostbusters on roller skates? I don't know about that one. Yeah, take it easy, open data crawler. Like, chill out just a little bit. I get it. I understand who you're going to call, but you are being a little spammy with the comments. All right, so we do need to create this upstream. I understand, but just chill. It's a little manic. Uh, there we go. Okay. So we got the server up and running. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, why are you trying to paste links and stuff, man? Like, just chill, dude. Have I tried Cloudflare's tunnels instead of reverse proxies? Any thoughts? I don't want to vendor lock myself to Cloudflare too much. Real quick, let me go use the restroom though. Let me dump whatever's in here and pour some fresh water as well, and we'll pour ourselves a whiskey. We've got at least an hour and a half left of stream. We'll see if Robotic Head is gaming tonight. But yeah, let me go pee and let me get some fresh water. Give me 1 second. So yeah, we're getting there. We're gonna have to start looking at how the production database gets deployed. Okay, and I am back. And yeah, no worries, open data. Yep, appreciate you. Just take it easy. So yeah, have a good night. And what's up, Bingo? How you doing? Bingo was his name-o. Put away some whiskey yesterday. He also went pretty late. Yeah, plop indeed. You're playing Civ 6. Never played a Civ before? Ooh. Yeah. I still miss Civ 2. Damn it. Okay, so that's not it. Here we go. Hold on, I'll just do this one directly. I think this is just mainly a Twitter thing. Exactly. That was actually intentional. Yeah, no, the glitch was actually in Civilization 1, where his aggression was the lowest, and then if you got democracy, you would do an overflow, or sorry, an underflow, and it would flip him to the most aggressive. And then in Civilization 2, they did it as an homage to that glitch. Right? So he's still as passive as he was ever, but if you get into war with Gandhi, he will nuke you. All right. So yeah, cheers everyone. How's your day going? What you up to? We've got our API wired up. We fixed all the issues. Yeah. We got there. No, we worked through it. In general, issues get fixed here. We don't just give up when we hit an issue. Depends on the issue. Some issues we do just give up. Okay, so you are Genghis Khan in an oligarchy and have Hannibal and Sun Tzu as your generals. Took you 5 hours to get to that position. Lots to learn, fun stuff. In the game oligarchy? Wait, no, you're saying you're in Civ 6. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So oligarchy is like your type of government. Sure. Yeah. Civilization's a really fun game. Yeah, I haven't tried 7 yet either. Okay, so then this is apps slash, I think marketing is what we called it. Yeah. Yeah, marketing and dashboard. Hmm. Mm. All right, so now we got to really think about where we want to host all this junk. Let's look at Netlify's pricing. All right, so hold on. Okay, more two-factor auth. I gotta upgrade to Pro. Fuck. No, all right. So we're not doing Netlify. Okay. Let me do this again. Okay. And we're back. Okay, so right, Cloudflare pages. Yeah, so I don't care about that. Gradual deployments, I don't care about that. Remote dev, quick editor and dashboard. Serve assets on a path? We don't care about workers at all. Don't care about cron triggers. Rate limiting is not going to matter. Yeah, custom domain. So I think pages is what we're looking for. Yep, we don't care about that. So yeah, we are putting a few more eggs in the basket. It's just the static hosting. And this is just to prevent from having to do the S3 CloudFront stuff. All right, so then this one is dashboard staging. It's all going to be Messijo, so that part doesn't matter. Production branch is main, build settings. So if this is dashboard, this is just React static. Wait, what the hell is React Static? Yeah, no, this part's fine. And what do we have as an environment variable? Do I not have the API URL in there? Ah, yep. All right, and this is dashboard staging. Be nice if they allowed you to do it from an env file. That would be huge. All right, so apps/dashboard, build output directory. All that looks good. All right, so we got a failure a few seconds ago. How do I point a domain at a Cloudflare page? Ah, custom domains here. Got it. Okay, so I'll just do this over here. That way it's a little easier. And what's up, Bear Max? How you doing? All right, yeah, so now I can juggle these two accounts better. Oh, and yeah, this is a CNAME record. And the target is then, and it's just app.staging. And this is dashboard staging -9mq pages. That one is going to be proxied. Uh, all right, so I had to do the extra junk anyway. Okay, so I think that's good. Made good progress on Messijo? Yeah, for sure. We're trying to get the staging environment deployed on out, and then we will work on getting the production environment deployed on out. And maybe we need to do a bit more before we can do production, but we can get the staging stuff going. All right, so then back to DNS. All right, so app.staging.messijo.com. It's still initializing that. But yeah, we can go back to pages. We can do another create, and we're going to do pages, import existing. It is Messijo app. It is that one. And this project name is marketing staging. That is the same branch. It is Astro on the marketing site. The root directory is apps/marketing. Okay, cool. Yeah, we updated that, right? Public API URL. Yep, and that's the only thing we care about there. We do put the HTTP stank on it. Now, I think it's still going to fail because maybe PNPM isn't available, but I feel like it should be. Yeah, PNPM install kicks off just fine. Perfect. We don't expect it to be perfect, technically, but I do need to go in here. Then we do a custom domain, and this is staging.messijo.com. All right, and then I got to do this part. Interesting that we locked down the marketing-staging domain. Hell yeah. So then this one is a CNAME. All right, so yeah. And yeah, this is my first time using Cloudflare Pages. Anyone else ever used it before? We've got build failures. Let's look at what failed. Yeah, we got a lot of warnings. I'm okay with warnings at the moment. We do want to fix all this stuff eventually. But the issue they're complaining about there is the module client is not available. Because I think I am git ignoring it, when instead I don't think I want to git ignore it. You did migrate your domains from GoDaddy to Cloudflare? Yeah, great decision. Yeah, I had to migrate a bunch of domains from Squarespace because they bought Google domains. I had a bunch of stuff on Google domains. I had to migrate all of those to Cloudflare. And I'm in the process of migrating off of Namecheap just because I am not a fan of their CEO. But yeah. And how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? We see a good crowd over on YouTube. Yeah, what you doing, YouTube? Anything fun? We're in the process of deploying things out to Cloudflare Pages for our static assets. We're hoping some of these builds start to succeed. And yeah, what's up, Standard? I still haven't reached out. Do maybe remind me, by Monday, just in case. I'll try and do it tomorrow. I just didn't get to it before streaming today. I was thoroughly enjoying a super long sleep, and I needed it. And I had some just crazy epic dreams. So yeah. Yeah, I woke up at about noon when I went to sleep at like maybe midnight or 1 yesterday. So a solid sleep. It was nice. Let's take a look at the details of this deploy. What? Yeah, so that's a flaw there as well. So this is actually an issue with how we're building that SDK. And that would be why. Okay, so we've got a script that we need to update. Build SDK here. It moves that to there. So then I think it's actually over here that we got this issue. No. Yeah, no worries, Bingo. Yeah, no worries at all. Let me turn up this fan, get some more airflow going. Okay. So then, yeah, we go dashboard slash, and then where in the dashboard are we putting it? It goes into SDK. Dashboard slash source slash SDK. So we go up and out of the directory here, and we go into dashboard. Ah, because it's web/apps. Okay, so then back to dashboard staging. We're going to see that kick off again. We'll just let it go. Let's double check custom domains here. That one is active. Perfect. Let's double check some of these others like marketing staging. That one is queued as well. And yeah, I don't need concurrent builds. We're going to have to figure out what's up with the production builds, though. Like, why is this one failing? Okay, so this is an issue with fetching data for the pricing page, which I find interesting. So that's a separate issue, and we can dig into that in a little bit. All right, so then this one failed again. Oh, wait, no, that's the Astra. Whoops. Dashboard staging. Okay, so now, yeah, now we got to do a bunch of fixes for the dashboard. Yeah, we got to clean up all of these errors. Ooh, cannot find namespace JSX. Interesting. Okay. I'll take that. I'm okay with the to do there. All right, so we'll call that good. We still got some warnings, but I'm fine with that. Let's look at some of this though. So yeah, the big part, keyword form. That's up in components. And yeah, since we're doing this, let's shuffle these around. And oh, this one's got a bunch of junk. So yeah, keyword form. We're not using the alert there. To-dos I can leave. Yes, this is just a type safety issue. All right, so there we rebuild the SDK, copy those things over. Interesting. That should have fixed that part. Keyword response. This should be there. All right, let me get more music going. Hmm. That was the issue there. All right, so now that should copy over just fine. Nope, that one's fine. Yeah. So then here on the front end, yeah, we see those in there. Perfect. All right, so now this should only yell at a little bit of this stuff. What do we mean by staging? Typically, when you're developing web applications, you have multiple environments. Staging is where QA can do their testing and stuff like that without impacting the production database. In general, staging needs to mimic almost all of the deploy aspects of production, but you target a different database and some other things. Whereas a dev environment would typically not go through all the same checks and balances as staging, and you would typically have like a different build process so you can debug things better. The dev environment is not 100% necessary, but a lot of companies do the same thing. No, it's not quite the same. The dev environment is usually kept up to date with like your main branch of your dev stuff, or like technically with like a dev branch of your repo. That dev branch is continuously pushed all day long. And then eventually you may do a deploy from the dev branch and merge that into staging. Staging is as close to production as you can get. Whereas dev typically has way more like logging and, like not fully bundled builds and things like that. Staging sits in the middle of a proper dev environment, which isn't your local dev environment. We're talking like a cloud dev environment and prod. Staging is the thing right in the middle of those. You want staging and production to be as close to identical as possible. Whereas your cloud dev environment, totally different. Yes. Yeah, that three-stage like cloud environment process is pretty common. I think for a lot of things, you don't actually need the dev environment in the cloud. That's only useful when you're like at it, like doing it proper. For this, we don't have a cloud dev environment. We just do local dev because it's just me. I'm surprised you've never heard of the staging environment before, though. But there's a first time for everything, so don't feel bad about it. Mm, yeah, I just think it's broader than that. All right, so keyword form. We have solved keyword form issues. Now notification form. Let's start at the top. And what's up, Glabber? How you doing? Hmm. You think your internet is freezing? How so? What do you mean better? You mean just like the guts thing I was having yesterday? Yeah, no, we're good. I ate my chow mein, which loosens me up. Not sure if it's just all the oil or the spiciness of it, but yeah. Yep, yeah, feeling much better. Oh no, I'm still having some whiskey. Okay, cool. So then we've just got that warning. That's fine. So yeah, notification form. And then from here, components, simple dialog. All right, so then invite accepted. So then after invite accepted, we got keywords. And then after keywords, it's notifications. Yeah, I'll call that good. All right, so then inside of notifications here, which file was it they're complaining about? Oh, we need to do auth login first. Wait, why am I doing button like that? Oh, because I wanted it to be a link. Yeah, so we'll let that one be. This, though, login form. Disabled is submitting. Okay, so yeah, we got login done. Now it's notifications, edit notification. And then new notification. And then org settings. I don't mind a to-do. I don't mind search params. What were they complaining about in org settings? Oh, I think I fixed that one already. That's why. Yeah, we added the JSX and use navigate is no longer used. Okay, perfect. Cool. All right, so then let's look at the dashboard. All right, so that should trigger another build here. I do. Like, technically, our editor should be able to tell us all that. And I could run it locally. I just thought we had it. I just thought we were done. I almost feel like that's a caching issue. So we actually see that it's there. Oh, and then we just broke that. Oh. Yeah, it's our pre-build. That's the issue. And honestly, now we could have kept this going. You know what? And yeah, the fact that we're able to use PNPM again means that we can keep doing the workspace stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot all about that. So then in here, what we want to do is find all of these like at SDKs. Right, because we only did this just because render didn't support PNPM. Okay, so we go and do that. And yeah, that cleans up our dashboard a bit too. All right, so yeah, that should fix this. Oh, and it looks like, yeah, that already fixed it a few minutes ago, but we fix it better this way. Sweet. All right, so now we need to look at why the marketing site is failing. Right, so it's trying to generate these static routes, but it does not seem to be able to do this fetch when building the pricing page. So let's go look at that real quick. All right, so we look up API public, like public API URL. So that should totally work. All right, and it verifies that the API is working as well. But the thing they complain about is too many redirects. Right, so we see public API URL is api.staging.messijo.com /API/billing/tiers. Let me get more music going. Ooh, and I wonder if Robotic Head is available. Are you out there, Robotic Head? Looks like not yet. But we'll see him when we see him. Yeah, I know you're here, but Robotic Head isn't at the moment. I missed a follow though. Thank you for the follow, Vangeline. That was like an hour ago. My bad. Oh, that was the end of that album. Did I start it at the right place? Probably. All right, so I think it's due to the Cloudflare proxy. All right, so let's try and build it here. We do get a success. Cool. So it works locally. Ooh, I didn't add the dashboards package JSON. All right, so let's see if that works. I'm fine with redeploying both, but we could probably change the files that this listens to for a rebuild. Build watch paths. Hmm. I think we have to go back to the pre-build steps. Hmm. All right, let's see if it does that build in the other order. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, right? Like, you can only sing a song. So then it just becomes a composition. I think technically we've moved beyond those definitions, but it's still interesting, right? All right, so marketing still has that flaw. Invalid URL. Oh, so yeah, now that's the issue. Oh, interesting. Right, so it tries to build everything. No, 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 you're right. Like that's like I think a lot of people still say it's a song, but no, I think you're totally right. Like without singing, does it actually qualify as a song? Like semantically. Yeah, fetch failed, redirect count exceeded. Ah. Yeah, no, this is a separate thing. Right? This is if you get the error too many redirects at like the Cloudflare level. In 1 second, Bear Max. No, the issue is that we're getting that like redirect at the build process, not what you're getting at like if you try and load the page. Hence, this page loads fine, right? So what that Cloudflare page is saying is if this was giving us error too many redirects, then we'd have a problem. Instead, the issue is due to a dependency called undsee. Hmm. There's got to be some way to make that work. Hmm. Right, so it's just Cloudflare pages that's doing it to us. Here locally, it works fine. And it's node internal. So yeah, this is part of just like Cloudflare's implementation. So here's the thing. If I just turn off the proxy, will it blend? So let's retry it. Yeah, and it works fine. So it's the Cloudflare proxy on the API that prevents it from being fetched. Hold on. We skipped the song with singing. Yeah, exactly. So now here's my thought. And that worked. That built everything. So what we could do is we could set public API URL we could just set it to the domain. Yeah, let's do that. So hold on. Let's go back to settings here. So I can go turn this back on. All right, so now it's building the marketing site again. And it failed. Why? Does not match certificates alt names. All right, let me go use the restroom. And let me double check with Robotic Head. Let me go pee as well. I'll be right back. So yeah, this is a flaw with the certificate we have. I'm almost thinking what we could do is we could, like when we need to deploy, we just disable. Yeah, we just disable the Cloudflare proxy and then we turn it back on again. It's not the end of the world. Or we could look at adding the IP address to the certificate, but then it's just, I think it's like fully publicly discoverable at that point. So it defeats the purpose of the proxy. Yeah, I don't know. We'll think about it. Give me a sec. All right, so I basically just expect this to succeed. Yep, no functions. So we're good there. Upload complete. So yeah, I would say assets published, sites published, deployed. It loads up. Okay. So I'd say we've got the staging stuff done. Ah. But that's not right. So we've got an issue there. Now, so we're not totally done. Oh, and marketing dash staging. All right, we retry that deployment. And then this one we expect to work too because, yep, proxy's down. No, just take it easy. And then there we go. Sweet. So we've got something hard-coded there that we'll have to fix. But okay. So we basically need to start doing the same thing for production. So what I'm thinking now is, all right, we need to create another one of these for prod. We're calling it that, but this is actually Messijo staging. Hold on, let me do this real quick. And shit, yeah, hold on. I gotta log into Mercury for this part. It does look like Robotic Head wants a game tonight. All right, so 50 seats for the staging environment. The bass thing from Seinfeld? Yeah, it's one of my transition sound effects. All right, so I can go and do this again. So that opens a whole new page. Application name, dashboard staging, type self-hosted. So wait, there's got to be something going on here. Anyone know how to actually configure these? Let's create a new policy. So this one is just called staging. Emails ending in Messijo.com. Has anyone ever used like access control via Cloudflare? Yeah, so we've got that set. All right. Could I get someone to try loading the app? I think to prevent abuse, I may just turn it off for now. But yeah, it loads for you? Yeah, it shouldn't though. That's the thing. I'm trying to get Cloudflare's like access stuff working. And what's up, Hypnotic? Yeah, let me give you a follow. There we go. What were you up to on your stream today? And hey, what's up, Ryan? All right, so bug fixing time, doing some Godot or Godot stuff. Awesome. I've been well, Ryan. I've been well. We're trying to set up Cloudflare's access control stuff. Yeah, so technically, we've got our application going right now. And it loads at our staging domains. We got more work to do to get production up, but I wanted to establish some access stuff here. And something just seems kind of off. It's my first time ever using Cloudflare's access control stuff, but theoretically, what we should be seeing is when we go to this domain anywhere, we should start seeing Cloudflare's like protection thing and like requiring that you send a PIN code to an email that we have specified. Like it has to end with @messijo.com. But yeah, there's just something weird going on here. We don't want to do service tokens. I don't think we need rule groups because it's just not that complicated. This staging policy is used by one application we got. Yeah, this is just for like a proxy kind of thing though. Okay, so the policy has to have an include. Right, so this action right, we include everyone. But yeah, what were you doing? Like, what bugs were you working on your game? I'm curious about that. Restructured all of your in-game item data. Ooh, it's tracking down everything that broke with those changes. Right. Yep. Um, yeah, unit testing could probably catch that, but boy, that sounds boring, doesn't it? Eh. Example, restrict everyone. Okay, so we go back to policies. We've got everyone blocked. And then here, staging. We can just get rid of require. And then this is emails ending in. Yeah, and that loads fine too. What the fuck, Cloudflare? Aha! Oh, that was it. It was trying to do a subdomain. Okay, perfect. But then if I go back... Hot damn. All right. Okay. So then staging.messijo.com. Okay. Wait. That didn't actually do what I wanted. All right. See, I'm testing this out. I can actually drag it over here. Right, so this is the page we see. I probably want to customize it here at some point, but let me just enter this code. Oh, and then it just does this like CDN CGI thing. Oh. So that's still not quite what I was looking for, but it does prevent access. At least for the time being. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. It's not perfect. We do need to get the production stuff up and running here soon. All right, and we've got this marketing.messijo. We can go to pricing. I still don't think this got updated properly. But we'll fix that eventually. Yeah. So, apologies to everyone coming in on the raid. I kind of need to get some food in my belly. And I think we're at a good stopping point for the moment. Right? Like, this redirects us. This is actually old. Yeah, none of this is going to work still, which is fine. So then let's give ourselves a leaving off somewhere. We'll put it in the planning doc. Send analysis. Yes. Copy and compiled scripts. Send out templates after interpolation. That part's done. Leaving off, we need to get off of render in favor of CF pages. Spin up prod environment. On server.pro. And before we do that, what we need to do... Super Maven, that's not accurate. Not what we're going to do. Switch to SendGrid for email. And then beyond that, set up production OAuth and other services. That includes Stripe, Slack, etc. Nope. Nope. Get Stripe prod access. Okay, and then, yeah, I'll have to evaluate, like, what other keys we have and, like, services. I think a lot of our OAuth should be fine, and we should be able to keep those, which should be totally okay. But, yeah, Stripe we got to do some work on. Slack we got to do some work on. Right, we got to switch to SendGrid for email. So these are like the main things we got to do next. And yeah, spinning up the prod environment. So yeah, currently looking at our costs, we've got like 15 or 20 for Slack. We've got $7 for staging, $7 for production on server.pro. Crunch numbers for monthly expenses and figure out break even point. And then way beyond that, self-host Blue Sky WebSocket proxy. So we need to do that too. Which means, yeah, we're probably going to do the self-hosted WebSocket proxy there too on server.pro. So yeah, we'll have 3 separate services. Right, preliminary crunching would be $7 per server. Staging prod B-Sky proxy. All right, so 21 a month total. What is Slack's costs? I don't know. Maybe T3 chat can figure this part out. Oh, so it looks like that would be free. Yeah, for some reason I thought there was. Okay. Yeah, I thought you only got, like, sandbox access. Okay. So, yeah, no, that cost is remarkably cheap. Okay. Yeah, let's close down some of these tabs we don't need then. This is one of the best parts. Yep. Cool. So I'm glad that's working. So then one more thing. Could I get people to double check that you can't just get a pin code for this? Oh, and actually that's the wrong place. T3 is just made by Theo. I don't know if you know Theo or not. It's totally up to you. There are certain things that I think they do better as an application. But it's also got a really reasonable free tier. The big thing about T3 chat is you can switch like the LLM that you're using. So on the free tier, there's Gemini 2.5 Flash and Flash Lite. I think there's even more than that if you want to use 4.0 Mini or 4.1 Mini or 4.1 Nano. But if you want any of the bigger stuff, you got to pay them. But $8 a month is incredibly reasonable. And you don't have to bring your own keys. So at that point, like, I don't know, I'd say give it a shot. Totally up to you. But you're able to enter an email, but no code arrived. Okay, yeah, keep an eye on that just to be sure. And yeah, perfect. I think that works. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's really nice. I hope he's making some good money off of it. You're already paying for ChatGPT, so you could consider switching, or you can't consider switching. Like, I'm just making sure that wasn't like a typo. Like, yeah, if you're already paying for ChatGPT, there are certain things you're going to get on ChatGPT that you're not going to get here. Like, with the paid tier of ChatGPT, you can create agents, right? Like your own custom GPTs. So there's value in that if you do a lot of custom GPT stuff. I don't usually use custom GPTs that much. We do them at work for a bunch of things, but I don't use them for like my personal stuff that much. But yeah, I think we're at a good point today. Like, I need to get some food in my belly, and I want to play some games with Robotic Head, who just got back recently. Wonder if he's in chat now. He is. I see him. Yeah, how's it going, Robotic Head? You've been coding for 3 years and your problem solving is -5. How can you upgrade it? By not relying on ChatGPT for everything. I know. That's not what you wanted to hear, huh? Yeah, in my opinion, I really do think some of these LLMs take away a bit of your own agency, right? Because you never build up those skills that you need. And thank you for the follow, Hypnotic. I appreciate that. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to raw dog some code. Dude, and they push so many like new updates and versions. Just nonstop. But yeah, I'm on the free tier and I still get a lot of value out of it. So, maybe eventually I'll upgrade to, paying the $8. I don't need to at the moment. We're going to have to do some cron tab stuff here still, too. Yes. So hold on. In our leaving off, crunch numbers, spin up prod. All right, so get the backup process working. So yeah, at this point, $21 a month isn't terrible. It's just something you gotta practice. Sorry, like Nebra, there's no shortcuts. Put in the work. That's all there is to it. So yeah, $21 a month. We basically only need like 2 paid users to be at the break-even point. There's going to be other costs too, right? Like the amount we pay for storage, but that should be pretty cheap. Yeah, I think this is good. I think we can get to a pretty good profitability pretty quickly. So now the next step, who's streaming right now? Who should we go raid? We see Slyborg going. They're doing some Elite Hacksaw stuff. Try hack me. We got Blaze Bits going. They're great. Z.A. Shaw. Oh, wait. Code Girl's going. Oh, yeah. Let's go pay Code Girl back. Nice. We haven't had a chance to raid her. Yeah, we've got a command for that. All right, so yeah, we are raiding into Code Girl's stream. Code Girl is currently working on building a Twitch overlay. Cool. I'm curious what they're going to do with the overlay. Yeah, this should be interesting. Sounds fun. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. We had a really good stream. We got a lot of work done, and it's nice seeing this thing like up and running and working, and seeing green builds and all that stuff. It was just the staging server, so we got to get the production server going. So there's still more work there, but I'll be over on Gaming Stream. That's my gaming channel, Griffing and Chill, if you want to hang out over there. Yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Code Girl and see what they're doing with this Twitch overlay, which sounds fun. I'll be over on gaming tonight. Tomorrow is a day off where I'm gonna be co-working on this channel a bit. and then go golfing, and then probably co-work some more on this channel tomorrow. And then Monday, we're back, or not this channel, sorry, on the gaming channel. And then Monday, we're back on this channel. So yeah, Sunday is a working day / golfing day, which should be pretty fun. So I will see you all again soon. Have a great rest of your day, and maybe see you tonight, maybe see you tomorrow, probably see you Monday.